Can't say I've seen that one before. I am okay. That was something. He's on fire, so I, you know, help him out by whacking him with a wrench. I'll put it out. I'll put it out. Ah, there. No, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. You're good. You're welcome. Bye. That was a nice guy. I liked him. He's good people.
Miller, did you miss me? Not bad. A latched remembering.
I knew you would appreciate it.
I'm here to get my memory back.
Everything's here. You only need to look.
Your little games don't scare me, madame.
In time, little one. In time.
Oh, god damn it. Thanks, my dude. I love being crashed into. What the fuck was that? Oh, whoops, I knocked him down and it killed him. Oh. Perfect. Oh, God. Are they making a baby car right now? It really was. Uh-huh. What the hell was going on right there? That was really weird. Making sure that I'm not on the road because, what? Okay. Where'd this fucker go? Really? I love it. What a fucking fight, man. I'm such a total badass. Oh, I'm dying. I'm gonna set myself on fire. Bleh. Pussy. I know, right? What a fucking fight. Ah, what the fuck? This game is going to end up having, like, its own marathon worth of just, like, really silly highlights.
Jack was very insistent on that point.
No more fuel?
So, now that we've talked ourselves into a tizzy,
Oh my god.
do the damn thing. I'm gonna need help getting this casino open for business. Amber, honey, I'd put you in charge of revamping the Black District, if you're so inclined.
May I continue to set things on fire?
I certainly hope so.
Then it would be my pleasure.
Mr. Mayor, what's your
Your word that Trashlantis will retain
Oh
its
my
autonomy
God.
under your new manager.
Trashlantis ain't my kind of dirt, but I don't judge. I'll deactivate the compactor so that your people can continue living without the excess of capitalist consumption, let alone basic hygiene.
You got anything for Freddy?
The casino's seen better days. I'll need some help fixing up the place. How's head of reconstruction and maintenance sound?
I'll get those loaders humming along for you, miss. Believe in Freddy.
And you, Timothy? What do you want?
Well, you know, you and I could... just get me the hell out of this place.
This is so glorious.
That's all you want. I can arrange a ship to take you as far away as you can dream.
Yeah, good. That's all I want.
All right then. What the hell are we waiting for? Let's take the jackpot.
It's tower time! Moxie, eyes and ears.
I
Bruh. Did anyone else see that? Okay. 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 Uh. Yeah, go for it, because...
Hey, guess what?
What?
Greenhouse is gonna be good tomorrow.
Okay.
Hey, I got another cheese press.
Oh my god. I wish you could see what this fish was doing on my screen right now. Hello. All right. I'm a bit behind. I was supposed to be set up already. Yeah, that's all good to go. I'll close that away. Okay.
I theorize that we're gonna end up doing another, like, whole shift of digging. When the game decides to open. It's doing it. Y'all are better off seeing my photography than the black screen anyway. There it goes. Oh no, a bird.
Everybody, there's a new king in town. Get ready. Mojo, mojo, mojo king, please.
Gotta love it when I get that triple damage and it's just like, boop, gone. Nope, I thought we don't let these guys wander around. In the desert, it's just not a smart thing to do. You just let these guys wander around. Given that we are in the land of bomb scares, like if you remember yesterday when I returned to home and everything about my setup at the front of the home was fucked, it's because of the bomb scares. And yeah, they're gonna. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that after all of this desert digging, I go back and there's going to be a shitload of them there. Man, what the hell? Hold on.
Holy God! I forgot what I was doing there for a second.
Nice. I've told Pickle you're coming. Just go meet him.
What?
Back into the fray, soldier. Double time.
So this makes you cut doors faster?
My bad. Hold on. Let's... There we go. Alright. That was like the worst time possible to realize that there was something stuck in my teeth that I couldn't, like, ignore. Deeply unprofessional behavior. It will happen again. Deal with it. Okay. If I could just stay organized and focused, I could probably get done with the desert relatively fast. Like, for instance, I should probably just stop fucking around with these bugs. But I can't get myself to do that. Different bugs. Oh, that is genuinely a square of water. Alright. gotta say though, once I get this completely done, I feel like there's an almost certainty that other people have completely dug out their maps. But I wonder how many people have done it alone. I mean, like alone, not like in the strictest sense of the term, because obviously anytime that Viv and I have played together, she has done some digging. But like, she would very much agree that when it comes to the clear cutting, I have done way more. There's like one section of Crystal Biome that she emptied like this one blue section, I think just about all of this section right here. And the reason for it was because she was looking for a ninja garb. But like the rest of the map, for the most part, like when it comes to just like clearing out everything, that's a me thing. I did that. Delicious. Nope, we don't leave you guys alive. I feel like there is a non-zero chance that when I'm done with this, I'm not even going to celebrate. I'm just going to be like, well, I'm glad that's over. I was that way with some speedrun categories as well. It was just like, okay, cool. Now I don't have to fucking do this category anymore. Still hoping to find a boulder. And like I said before, in the desert, boulders spawn inside of walls almost exclusively. I say almost exclusively because that excludes some scenes. And in all fairness, I don't have all the scenes memorized. This right here almost sounds like the game bugged out and it's just repeating the same measure over and over. There it goes. I'm not feeling this track at all, man. That's so repetitive. What is this one? It's Grueling Road to Victory. Or Glory? To Glory. I don't know why that happens. Bruh. Windows is such a shit OS, bruh. Wait, what is this? Oh. Oops. Alright, whatever. It's only the tiniest bit of crystal. Aha! Sort of got it. You know, I really wish that enemy booms had, like, less ability to rip up player structures. Like, in a number of cases, it doesn't even, like, it doesn't really make the game harder, it just makes it more of a pain in the ass. Like, this is a lengthy game, right? This is something where, especially if you're someone like me, like I'm putting in an absurd amount of time. So there's definitely, like, certain elements of the game that I feel like, you know, there's certain details that feel like they're only there to make sure that I waste even more time, and, like, that shit ain't necessary. That's my bug. You can't have it, bitch. Flirting with disaster over here. Watch that one is gonna put its face all over one of these walls, and it's almost certainly going to die as a result. Because these motherfuckers, they're looking for an excuse. There's all this empty space to be in. But nah, I want to have my face all over this wonderful, wonderful, delicious wall. Like, what did I say? Absolutely no interest in its own survival. Self-preservation? What's that? Wouldn't it be nice if bug catching, like, just any kind of automation on that? Honestly, I think what would be cool is like a grab trap or something where you could just set up like a bug trap out in the wild. And then just put a grabby arm on it. I do know that the hardened sap, if you just place it on a random tile nowhere near a cicada hive, it'll just spawn bugs. Which, by the way, is how I feed all of my birds at home, is I just leave those in there with them. Motherfucker. That son of a bitch knew I was taking a drink. Shake fist. accidentally whipped out my fucking bug net again. Hear me. I catch insects. Let me guess, Bird, you're gonna wander your way over here next to these walls and then you're gonna catch a pickaxe with your face. Like you do. What the hell? The laser was like bouncing off of something right here. Okay. Oh, hey. Wow. Hell yes. I don't even know if those lead to any, like, any boulders that still exist. Probably not. Man. I appear to have found, like, the bug epicenter. No, of course not. For a second I was like, yo, a boulder that I just barely missed at some point? Nah, it's just a little bit of gold in the wall. Typical stuff. Nothing worth giving a shit about. I wonder how many more of those big size we're gonna get throughout this whole process. Like, I do think that this is the... Well, no. I was about to say this is like the last major section of desert that I'm going to have to deal with, but no, that's not true. There's definitely this. And this next section has some... pretty decent amount, actually. It never ends. Yeah, I would genuinely argue if I had some kind of automated bug catching, like if the owl just did it, I would probably not go out of my way to get the ones that I can see. I would just trust the owl to get a reasonable portion of them, and I would focus on what I'm doing. I wouldn't even have the damn bug net in my inventory. But who knows, you know, maybe I'll reach a point where I have like 99.99 of them and then I just don't even fuck around with that particular kind of bug anymore. That would be really great. Like before the cap increase, that's what it was. Like I already had about 1,000, you know, the 9.99 that you're allowed to have in a stack. I already had them. I wasn't fucking around with those bugs anymore. I didn't have like a perfect understanding of which ones I didn't have 1,000 of, but like there were some where I was like, oh, red butterfly or pink butterfly, I don't need that one. Oh, black bug, worm, I don't need those. Either of the ones in the desert, the scorpion and the millipede, I need those. I do wonder what made them think, you know what, yeah, let's bump up the maximum to 10k instead of 1,000, or one shy of each, but still. I mean, I know that they wanted inventory management to be less onerous, but like, I don't know, man. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it, Beyond the Earth might be in my list twice. Like, I know I have the one that's, the rock version, I know is in Ghidorah. Or Guitar Freaks, I don't remember which one. It's technically the same game, but Ghidorah is like the part of the more recent update to the series. Do you think that, like, once I'm completely done clearing the map, I think it'll be time to, to like go clear up the conveyor belt lines a bit. Sometimes I'll do that where I'll just like put on my speed set and just go all the way to the end of the lines to see if there's a boulder still attached to any of it. I wanted to find a way to like at one point I wanted to find a way to sort of automate that where I could basically set up a system where like lights will go off on the line if a boulder vanishes, but I never could like figure out a way to actually do it. I know that this isn't in the block that I'm working on right now, but real talk, any progress is progress. There was one mod that was made for this game that I recall, like I tried that shit out, where like it's basically the same idea as like crab pots, where you put things in the water and every X amount of time it would produce something. There was like a bunch of different variants of it, of varying qualities that would either, you know, every X amount of time, let's say every few minutes, it would produce a fish or nothing. And yeah, there was like inherent fail rates on them and whatnot. And there were like, you know, some that were like produces an equip or a valuable or nothing, or like, you know, just like a whole bunch of different shit like that. And I put one of each variant of it in every biome of water. Like every unique biome, I put one in of each variant of those that I could. And after they started producing and actually feeding into the line, the machine at home was always overwhelmed trying to keep up with putting those things away. The box at home was always overwhelmed with like a massive variety of things. But what's more is that like it produced so much metal, and like it even produced like for whatever reason they decided that it should produce placeable boulders. So like you could just receive a Pandorium boulder, and then you could just put the boulder down wherever the hell you want, and then mine that boulder, which is insanity. That, like, makes no sense to me, like, why they would have decided to do that. But, I'm not a mod maker, I don't know. Anyways, I got rid of it because it definitely felt like cheating. I'm not much of a fan of mods in general, but, you know, I'm not above every so often seeing one and thinking, I wonder how that one would work out in practice, and then trying it on. And like, full disclosure, even though, yes, I said it felt like cheating, I won't lie that there is a little bit of history on this map that had that, like, this is the map I tested it on, and some of our inventory is directly because of those. Having said that, it's not something that changed what we have right now overwhelmingly. For instance, when I said a Pandorian boulder, that was the one single boulder that I got from those, was a Pandorian boulder. And I did place it, and I did mine it. And it's gone now. Been gone for a while, actually. Like, the logic there is that, like, the damage is done. Plus, like I said, it didn't give me heaps of anything I didn't already have heaps of, i.e. Pandorian. I already had, like, several stacks of 10k of it. Like, one more boulder's worth literally ain't shit. But, like, looking at the situation, it's like, oh, it's an endless, it's an endless income of food. It's an endless income of metal. It's an endless income of equipment. That's definitely cheating. Even if the mod designer didn't intend for it to feel like cheating, it definitely was. And that's like one issue with like people making mods for games. I've always had that issue with the whole concept is like, so there's way too many people that make mods for their own convenience, but like with no actual with no actual thought put into whether or not it breaks the game fundamentally in some way. And like an endless supply of certain resources is definitely game busting. Especially since, like, in that scenario, I could have just completely eliminated literally every, like, line to a boulder. I wouldn't, like, who needs boulders? Why would I need boulders? I wouldn't even need the one that was producing free boulders, because the metal income was already outrageous. Now, what I'm hoping, because like I said, as far as I know, there is some like automated fishing shit coming down the pipe. What I'm hoping is that we'll have a situation sort of like that, but toned way the fuck down. Like, I like the idea of just being able to put, like, you know, a crab pot into the water, but really, like, I don't know. I think how I would prefer it to work is, like, every 7.5 minutes it produces a result. Like, literally the same way it would have if you were actually fishing. But maybe even that is just over the top, because then, like, either those would have to be ridiculously expensive to make and require, you know, something genuinely valuable, or it's still going to be busted, because the fact of the matter is that, like, there's so much water available, and you could just mass produce those things and just get to a point of, like, infinite resources at all times. I gotta say, some of these tracks really are just way too quiet. I need to get like better versions of some of these. I don't know how audible this track is. Somewhere in the like -37 range on average. I don't know. It seems quiet to me. Yeah, I'm not surprised that these are both empty. Like I said, I'm gonna leave it here for now. The cleanup phases later. I was doing the cleanups progressively, but it turns out that it impairs me way too much for the lines to just be gone while I'm still trying to do all of this. DFO, right? Yeah. Easy to forget this track, because this hasn't been a stage. As far as I know, this hasn't been a stage for a very fucking long time. You know, I don't even know, like, if I was to try to play DFO today, I don't even know, and I'm not gonna, but I don't even know if I'd be able to access my account again. Like, the last time that I ever played that game, it had that, like authorization key thing going on, and the last time I even tried to look at that authorization key, it just says key, it just says, like auth code invalid, or whatever the hell. And I don't remember exactly what it says, because it was quite some time ago, and literally I was only looking at it to satisfy the curiosity of, can I even access my shit anymore? I really would like to, like check these devs on the rationale, Why do the bomb scarabs follow my conveyor belts when they are flying? They fly. They have flight. Why are they affected by this thing on the ground at all? And I don't want the answer to be, well, they're just naughty. They just do whatever the hell they want. And no. Stop it. That is very annoying. Pick one. Either they are not flying, or they are not affected by this thing on the ground. Because, like, if I just had, like, a trail of, like, wooden floors, they wouldn't follow that. So why the hell would they follow this? And what's more is I've watched from a distance. They literally do. They just follow it. They hang out on top of it like they are being conveyed. And that is not what you would expect off of an enemy type that can just fly across water. One of these doesn't make sense. And, like, for the record, I know that there are some things that I could build to disrupt them following my shit all the way home, but it's just such a huge pain in the ass. And like I said, it's a pain in the ass. It doesn't make the game harder, it just makes it less convenient to play. However, when I do get done with everything, I can guarantee you one thing that's going to happen when I do investigate all of the boulders on the line. I'm going to find some boulders that should definitely be cleared out that aren't, because the drill or the generator has been destroyed. I guess destroyed is probably overly harsh, but ripped up, whatever. Not in place and not functioning. What I do want, that would be a huge pain in the ass, but one thing I definitely do want is to gin up another map and get a duplicate of the set that you get from unlocking the 3 chests in the desert. Because right now I think I have a duplicate of just one of those pieces, and one of those duplicates came from I'd say one of the duplicates, the only duplicate, if I'm correct and there is one, it came from the classic map that we had before this update. Man, that map was outrageous. And I'm pretty sure that this map right here is just under 2 megs. The classic map ballooned up to 10 because I dug really far out, because basically what I was trying to do is establish how far does it go. Forever, turns out. It's not set to have a limit ever. And so, like, in one place, I think I got in the desert. I don't know why I was digging in the desert. Maybe because I figured if I ran into Galaxite, it would be like the most convenient thing to run into at the time, which is probably accurate. That it was the most convenient boulder to run into at the time. Anyways, and my god, I had some lines going out into, like, ridiculously far destinations. Anyways, I think in the desert I ended up at, like, something like 7,000 spaces away from the I almost said the cube, the core. The cube. Horrible horror movie series. Anyways. So yeah, there was at one point I was specifically looking for, like, crystal zones and, completely mining those out so that I would have, like, more possibility of finding the alien, like, combat arenas. And my reason for that was because, like, back then, and it's very different now. Back then, there was not really any solid, like, really reliable method for getting the 3 jewels that you need to upgrade your equipment. So I was kind of going ham on whatever method I could find to collect those jewels, and the best method at the time that I could find was to do the alien combat sections, because the treasure chest that you get at the end of that, depending on, like, which biome it was found in. So, like, if the sub-biome of the crystal region was in the desert, you would have a much higher chance of seeing the desert ruby. In the ocean sapphire, jungle emerald, obvious stuff. But now those 3 are just kind of absurdly common. Way fucking more than they once were. But man, I remember at one point I had like I found in the ocean area, I found a crystal area that was fucking so large I genuinely never thought it would end. Like I eventually came to the point where like this is just my life now. And what's more is that section lasted for so long that an update to the game was announced and released within that time. And I never did finish that entire crystal area. Man, it's weird thinking back to like I originally picked this game up. Viv and I both originally picked this game up before the Great Wall came down. So when we picked it up, the only content in the game was the initial set of biomes. So like your home dirt biome, the clay biome, and the stone biome. So it was literally just this inner circle right here. That's it. I mean, like, the hive was in there, obviously, because that's where the third boss is, but that was it. It was just those three. And the sub-biome. But, like, man, I remember like when we initially were encountering Gorm, right? We didn't realize that Gorm was an actual enemy. We just like at first we just referred to Gorm as the train. And at some point one of us, I genuinely don't know who, I don't remember if it was me or Viv, but one of us found out the hard way that the train will run you the fuck over and you will super die. But like, I remember at one point, yeah, like I was just digging out there looking for stuff. And I think I had the fire staff at the time, the one that you get from the cave shamans. Anyways, and I just like threw some fireballs at it as like a lol tee-hee kind of thing. And I was surprised to see damage numbers, and then I was even more surprised that he got very angry and started chasing me down. And even at that point, I was thinking maybe this is sort of like the chickens in fucking Legend of Zelda, where it's like, you pissed me off, now prepare to die. What? Excuse me. I never just sneeze once, so expect another. Alright. Yeah. I'm not worried about those. Wait, were both of those statues that I knocked down, were they not the same statue? Hmm. You know, it's always interesting to me, like, when there's, like, specific areas that are supposed to be, like, really exciting to find, and then to demystify the shit out of it by completely clear-cutting, like, say, these. But I mean, like, considering, like, the legendary equipment facet of never breaking, of not having a durability limit, honestly, like, that's one thing I want added to the game. I like the upgrade table is cool and all, but I want there to be, like, I want there to be an upgrade that can make any weapon, or any piece of equipment, really, essentially have, like, legendary status, i.e. let all of them have an upgrade that makes them not have a durability limit, because fuck durability. Like, I'm down with there still being, like a reinforcement limit, where, okay, I reinforce some item, and then the reinforcement takes, you know, X amount of abuse before it needs to be reinforced again. But aside from that, like, I've done enough ranting about durability, like equipment durability systems in games on this channel, but still, bro, like, come on. It's just lame. It's just a bad, awful, dumb idea. Like, sure, it's an idea, like, grounded in reality, but not every realistic idea needs to be a video game mechanic. Like, imagine if in Grand Theft Auto, like, oh, my car is running out of gas. What fun! Let's go to the petrol station and get some fucking unleaded. That's my favorite video game mechanic. But no, video games don't do that. You know why? Because it would be fucking lame. Nobody wants that. Or, like, sticking with the Grand Theft Auto comparison, and, you know, I'd be willing to bet that there are some people out there crazy enough, like, just completely deranged enough to want this, but who the fuck wants a Grand Theft Auto where it's like, you're breaking the speed limit, wanted level added, you ran that red light. Who wants this? I'm sure some wackadoo out there does, but like, and if you are one of those people, you fucking wackadoo. I said about a gaming series I no longer have any interest in playing, but still. Not all realistic concepts need to be video game mechanics, is all I'm saying. Durability systems suck. Like, I have a similar bone to pick on, like, games like Armored Core, for example, where you have an ammo limit even though you're in a giant robot that produces, you know, that has, like, power units and generators, and there's a vast number of energy-based weapons. Well, then how come they're consuming ammo and not energy? I don't get it. Like, I'm down with the idea of there being like, oh, there's energy weapons, and then there's also bullet weapons, and one of these has physical ammo, and the other one is more... Like, you know, they would be appropriate for different functions. I'd be totally down with that. That's fine. But why do energy weapons have, like, physical ammo? And real talk on that one, there's probably like some hardcore Armored Core fans out there that'll be like, well, I'll explain it to you because blah 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 game balance, or because this or that, or in-game lore canon reason. And I'll just be like, shut up, nerd. I wouldn't be that rude off the bat, but like, it's still, like, regardless of the reason, it would still be a concept I'm not a fan of. But like, here's another one: ammo limits on like Borderlands. Like, when we've got RPG elements involved, I don't see why the ammo limit needs to be a thing, especially because like some enemies are just like wildly tanky. I get like a boss enemy where it's like, the only way that you're gonna do this solo is if you're a character with ammo regen, and even then it's gonna take 50 million years, and it's gonna take like 200 times more than what your actual ammo cap is. Like, I personally feel like in those series, like maybe not in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands because those the characters in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands have like multiple, you know, magic abilities or active skills or like the melee isn't like fully fleshed out in that one, but it's a hell of a lot more fleshed out than in previous games. But like in Borderlands 3, I don't see why, like, why are we still doing like the typical ammo limit thing? Like, everybody should have some kind of ammo regen, in my opinion. Especially since, like, and I do realize that this complaint is kind of, like, just logistical for, like, a basic convenience, because ammo is found just about everywhere, except for in the middle of boss fights, which means that only certain characters are even capable of the tankier boss fights, like the giant bark in Borderlands 3, for instance. But, like, bruh. I just hate it. Wait, what? Anyway, so back to this game. While I'm digging through walls, I'm like staring at the mini-map, because if I get like let's say I'm digging through this wall right now, if like a square was to form in the middle of this section of wall while I'm digging through this, that's definitely 100% a boulder. And especially now, I would find that to be very, very convenient, because, like I said yesterday, it would give me an excuse to build a section of line out to this area of the map, which gives me a more convenient way to empty my inventory when I get full. Because when I'm digging all of this shit out, like, I'm not gonna lie, literally the worst is when my inventory gets full and I bring up the map to see, okay, well, where is the nearest place that I can dump all of the excess, and I don't see anything at all. It's like right now, this is the nearest place. Well, no. It's still this, but only because there's nothing in the way. But it won't be that way for long. And I suppose when I'm like fully done emptying out the map, the number one thing that I should be working on is making like enemy biomes at home, so there's like a constant influx of items from the different enemy types that can be spawned with item spawning, or enemy spawning map pieces. It's like the moss that you see out here, or well, in pretty much all of the biomes there is a variant of the moss. You can like make artificial biomes at home where those enemies spawn so that you can farm them. Anyways, there's very, very, very good reasons to set up stuff like that. And like honestly, the most important biomes to fuck around with are the Azios Wilderness enemy set, because they drop the hardened sap, and the crystal area. And it's because they drop, well, now they drop the gemeralds that you need for upgrades. That did not used to be the case. Like I said, like back then, the best way to farm for those gemeralds was to find the combat zones and win those, and then the chest that it spawns would have some of them in them. There was a tiny chance when breaking the solarite crystals in that biome that they would drop one, but when I say tiny chance, we're talking about like less than 0.1%. Something like that. It was fucking, like, minuscule. So, like, sometimes you see, like, oh, there's a giant field of those. You hope, you cross your fingers and hope maybe there will be one. Despite all this, I did in fact get all of my fast movement this set right here, aside from the Pandorium pants that I have now because those are new. But aside from those, I had everything on my moving fast setup completely maxed out before any updates made it easier to get that stuff. But these days, like, you know, if I'm curious about a setup that I don't have put together yet, I just throw anything that I'm curious about onto the upgrade table and fully max it out. I don't even think about it anymore. I mean, yesterday on stream I got my strong mining set up, and I just went ahead and maxed it out. By the way, the reason I hadn't done that before is because the strongest wall in the game is the wall in the passage, and my strong mining set was already capable of one-shotting that, so there was no reason to. There are some things that there's really not a reason to upgrade, like my mining hoe is not maxed out, but it's like one of those things where it's like, I could, but why? Why do that? What would be my benefit? Starting to wonder if I'm ever gonna see another fucking boulder out here again. I really hate trying to catch glow bugs because half the time you can't even tell where their hitbox is. I would just swing again. Wonder if this shit will ever work. Swing some more. Now, prior to the passage being added, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, but as far as I know, this volcanic wall was the strongest wall. I think I mentioned that yesterday as well, but like, when I got my speed set up to the point, like my speed mining set up, when I got that set up, capable of just crushing the strongest wall in the game, I felt really good about that. Is this another tiny crystal section? Yeah, more or less. Not as tiny as that last one, but still pretty small looking. Because now I'm thinking about it. Once this map is completely mined out, what the hell am I gonna do with this mining set? Uh-oh. Ah! Nope. One sec. I really don't like that like I have a hotkey that both mutes the microphone and also makes the webcam go away. That unfortunately involves the M key, which also brings up and puts away the map in this game. Xenon, right? Yeah, buddy. You know, I kind of want to give Silent Hill 4 another chance. It's like, honestly, like, I won't lie. I think it is, like, I feel like I do have a common complaint with it, with the rest of people who have complained about Silent Hill 4. The portion of the game at the very beginning where it was clearly not supposed to be a Silent Hill game is more interesting than when it became a Silent Hill game, from what I could see at that point so far. Server not responding. Shit. Well, this will get uploaded later, so I'm not terribly worried about it. Gotta say though, my internet service is the same service that we had at the previous apartment, and it definitely seems less consistent here by a lot than it was where we were. The light indicating actual internet connectivity is back, but it is flickering way faster than expected. Now it looks to be behaving normally, so yeah, there it goes. Hello again. Hello again to no one. Anyways, back to Silent Hill 4. Yeah, I think what it was trying to do at the very beginning, you know, before it was ham-fistedly turned into a Silent Hill game, was more interesting than its ham-fisted transition into a Silent Hill game. Having said that, I was very much more interested in what was happening in Silent Hill 4 The Room than I ever was about, I don't even remember her name, Heather. Silent Hill 3 was lame. I didn't like it at all. And like, it was mostly just because I didn't give a shit about anybody involved. Right, the girl, yes I know, the most interesting part is supposed to be that, oh, she's the girl from the first game. So what? like her, the detective, anybody else that was present, and yes, I genuinely like don't remember it that much because it was never actually interesting. There's one thing that happened in all of Silent Hill 3 that I thought was like genuinely pretty sick, and that's when you enter, like, there's that one room that's a dead end, and the only thing in there is a fucking huge mirror. And in the mirror, you see the room getting all, like, corrupted with evil, and then suddenly the room that you're actually in, instead of just the reflection, is starting to get all corrupted and, like, taken over by, like, whatever, like, the creeping void or whatever it was. That was sick. That was a really interesting moment. That's, like, the one time in the game where I'm like, yo, this was genuinely an interesting way to do what they were doing. And I'd be willing to bet that coding that one room was a complete pain in the ass. But I would argue, well done developers, it was worth it. Because I remember that moment fondly. But, like, I don't even know anything about anybody in Silent Hill for the room, and I still found it more compelling. And I'll be honest, I don't even remember why I didn't care about... I think her name is Heather. I don't know why I didn't... Like, there was nothing about her that I found worth paying attention to. And it's certainly not because she's a girl, because I found the girls in Fatal Frame 1 and 2 to be interesting enough. Honestly, the girls in Fatal Frame 2 were more interesting as characters than in the first game. And I say that now I'm sitting here thinking, why, like, in the first game, I don't remember her name, but she was looking for her brother, so, like, she didn't really have a choice but to end up in the situation that she was in. Unless she just wanted to give up looking for her brother, but I don't remember what the deal is with the girls in the second game. Like, how they ended up in the situation that they were in. Also, and like Kuon is actually on the backlog. The next time, oh shit, a boulder. Yeah, going east certainly 100% is the play. But I could arbitrarily go south and link to this. I think I'm actually going to do that. Normally I force myself to go to whatever the nearest line is, but I really need the convenience of a line in the direction that I'm genuinely going. Oops. Oh, there's another one actually. You know, I tried twice to get into Rule of Rose and couldn't do it. Because it doesn't feel scary. It just feels creepy. But like, sort of in the way of like, you know, it's just like, it just kind of feels like gross, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it, but I will, like, the fact that it doesn't feel scary is just, it's just weird. I wonder how many people would even agree with like me saying that it's not scary. It's not. It's just weird. Outlast is fucking scary. Oh wow, I'm just like going right past it at this point. Okay, honestly, I don't quite know where to line this stuff at, so I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna just start digging in reverse to this area. I'd be willing to bet this folder is not, it's not gone. Huh. Alright. This is another reason, really, to have done this in an opposite direction to a direction that I had not already been through, is because there's a greater likelihood of running into other boulders. And the sooner I get them started, the sooner that they will be done. There might be one up there in the top left as well. I'll have to look at that spot. I said as though I was gonna avoid it, but like, I'll go investigate it right now so I can determine how I want to get it looped in if it is in fact a boulder. It is not. Okay, no, it's fine. So it's time to just build the outside flooring. Now, on my last broadcast, one of these Cuphead tracks got copyright matched, and it appeared to be like a genuine copyright match instead of, you know, just some horse shit where some random scammer uploaded it somewhere and it matched it to that. The spinning beats. Sonnet. It was like an interesting thing to consider about the way that you put down conveyor belts is it actually does not matter. Like when you've got when you've got a line bringing metal back to your base, right? The only thing about the setup that matters is at the very first moment that you put it together, how long the trail is determines how long, obviously, it'll take for the metals to initially reach your home. But it is worth noting that once the first metal from that boulder starts reaching your home, how far it is away no longer matters because the interval is going to be the same. Like, you get, like, these examples of, like, the Pandorian boulders, for instance, are super, super, super far away from home because they're all the way the hell out in the passage. But, again, once they start reaching your home, the interval between the pieces of metal is not going to be different. At which point, the only thing that matters is when the goddamn things get broken. Not the metals, but the line. Either the conveyor belts or the drill and generators. Just... the game likes to troll. Anyways, now, for a decently large chunk of this project, I'm going to have somewhere to put all of my excess crap relatively quickly. I think that was totally worth it. I did at one point consider just making like a second map where all I have is like a walled-in area where I have a bunch of chests. Where I just like would save here, load that map, dump all of my shit there, come back to this map, and at that rate I wouldn't need to look for a line to drop all of my shit. But loading in and out of different maps is not particularly fast. I mean, it's what I was doing on Valheim while I still gave a shit about Valheim, but and like that's a funny strategy that like it's, to me it was really funny that I never really saw anybody doing that. It's like, for me on Valheim, I had two different maps. I had the one that I did all of my adventuring on, where I would go out into the world and fight things, and then I would have the other map where I would load it in to clean out my inventory and then get back to adventuring. And the original reason that I developed that pattern, that behavior, was because of it was because of iron specifically, because I had gotten up to a point to where when I would go out and try to collect metal from a swamp, the nearest swamp to my original home was like a fucking 35 plus minute run away. So what was going on at that point is you would go to the portal and you would portal out there and you would, you know, look for metal, and then you would find as much as you could carry, and then you would have a fucking half-hour plus run back home so that you could use the portal and do it all over again. And anyone who's ever played that game knows that, like, the weight limit on what you can carry is not very high when you consider how heavy the metal pieces are. I think it was like a single piece of iron was like 5 units of weight. I don't remember if Valheim went by kilograms or if it was just ambiguous weight units, but it doesn't really matter. What does matter, I think it was ambiguous weight units. I think it would just be like weight colon number. At any rate, I got sick of that shit because you can't use the portal with certain items in your inventory, and one such subset of certain items in this case is the metal that hasn't, like, even the smelted metal. The original metal and the smelted metals cannot be teleported. And that is hot garbage, because even with the Megingjord, I think is what it's called, even with the belt that makes you able to carry 50% more weight, you really cannot carry much of that shit. And, like, I was already thinking, like, bro, there's gotta be a better way to do this, because I swear to God, if it's already this bad and I eventually have to, like, find, like, silver in the mountain biomes and then, like, black metal in the plains biome and, like, I didn't know the specifics of what was past iron right away, but, you have to understand that if you're already like, this is fucking untenable, then you know it's not gonna get better. And so, like, I got to the point where it's like, okay, the idea is to have a home on one map and then have adventuring take place on another. I don't feel like there will ever be a reason to do that on this game, especially since, like, let's be real, the fact of the matter is that there's not really a good way to separate home and adventure in this game. Because one way or another, like, I've got the, like, the metalworking machine, like, the big rig is always present. I think if I tried to separate two maps, it would be a pain in the ass. Though, I mean, like, I suppose I could have a second, like, once I'm completely done clear-cutting this one, I suppose I could have a second map that I don't build a full base on, and I just return all of my inventory to this one. I'm not sure that would be any better or faster, though. Than what I'm doing right now. Though it would require less building, that's for sure. But that also depends on if I'm even interested in fucking around with this once I'm done completely clearing this map out. Aside from the new content, obviously. It's like, once the new content lands, I'm gonna be about that shit. You know, one thing I could consider wanting to potentially try to do, because, like, one of the reasons that I got rid of all of the, one of the reasons I got rid of all of the I don't remember what these guys right here are called, but roly-polies, I guess. Cattle. Good, thank you. Useful. Anyways, I got rid of them because, like, okay, well, I don't need any more of the plates that they drop, and they're chewing up, you know, resources, i.e. fruit. But if they're gonna allow me to have that part automated somewhat, I might be able to put, ooh, that really would be kind of nice. I've got ideas. Ideas I've got. Are they good ideas? Probably not. Who knows? But like I said yesterday, when it comes to this next update, like, yeah, I get it. There's new equipment, there's a new biome, there's new enemies, blah, 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 blah. What does this new automation look like? That's what I'm, like, the most, like, give me that shit. Give me that fucking automation shit, I want it. Which is funny. Like, the biggest reason I find that funny is because, like, real talk, I'm gonna set that stuff up, and then, like, if there was nothing else to do, I would just be like, okay, now what? It's like, once you have a lot of things automated in this game, like, theoretically, what, like I suppose what I could do is just stand in place at home and wait for automated things to, you know, do stuff. Like, I guess if I wanted the wood to be completely fucking out of control, I could just leave my character standing in front of the wood machine. Why would I want to do that, though? About 50 plus of each, getting closer to 60 of each. Nice. Yeah, it's funny because the last few updates, like, the main thing that I was interested in is like, ooh, what are these new equipment sets gonna look like, or what are they gonna do, or what are they gonna be? I think that the last, like, major update introduced the ability to, like, summon minions and like the magic and the minions, I think, were the last big thing. Or maybe the last, yeah, right, the last big one was Bombs and Blasts, but that might have also been when they introduced the class changes. I don't quite remember when those got added. Doesn't really matter, because here's the reason I don't remember when they got added. I don't really use them. I used them long enough to max out the points on them, and that's it. I keep on collecting the equips for them, sure. But that's because, you know, I try to collect one of everything. But I guess, you know, maybe that might only have been because, like, no, like, automation stuff had been announced for that one. And, like, the only reason that I have any indicator that there's gonna be some kind of auto-fishing thing added is because they kind of teased it in the form of, like, an adventuring journal that says something about fish nets that they could come back to. And I am excited specifically for the fishing's automation, even if it only produces fish. Because, like, real talk, those boxes, like, sure, I have fish in those boxes, but I'm not exactly doing anything. Like, I'm not doing any fucking fishing. I've got no interest in doing any fishing. And, like, one of the most common, because, like, I see multiples of this, like, mod type in the list of mods. And, like, again, I'm not a mod interested person for the most part, but that doesn't mean I'm not curious at like what people are, you know, making mods for, because that's like typically when you see people making mods around a certain aspect of a game, it's a great way to gauge how people feel about those aspects of the game. Like, how do people feel about fishing in this game? Well, they don't appear to like it that much. And the reason I can say that is because there are multiple different versions of the same mod, and that is the auto fishing mod, where you can just set your character up in front of a pond, and it'll just cast and catch and cast and catch and cast and catch automatically. And like genuinely, there's like 3 or 4 of those right now. There was also the one that I mentioned earlier that just had like essentially a crab pot concept going on. That was super busted and felt like cheating. But like, I am very curious about like whatever official version of that might exist in the near future. You know what's annoying about this crystal section is that this crystal section is literally just a section of crystal wall. I think that there was one tiny void in this crystal section at the top, and that's it. Unless there's one down here that I haven't seen yet. But it looks like it's just one solid mass of walls. Which is just plain odd. Like, one thing that I wish this game had that, like, Hero Siege has, right? Hero Siege has a, like, in every town area that you go to, there is a set of training dummies, or at least one training dummy, and an NPC that you can, like, you can use to turn on and off the DPS test. And you can like reset the DPS test like whenever you like. I really wish that this had something like that. Because like, I am curious about stuff like, for instance, the double rings that you can get by fishing here in the desert. They look really, really, really good. It has like a raw damage increase, a crit chance increase, an attack speed increase, a crit damage increase. Like, literally it has like a little bit in every aspect of combat. But anytime that I've dabbled with it, like, maybe it's because I'm just not noticing how effective it is overall, but it never seems, oh shit. I feel like that should have hit me. It never seems like it's all that good. But if I had like a proper DPS test, I could see if it's all that good, you know? Or like right now I have like my combat setup is largely it's dodge and crit rate, but it has like a little bit of like HP absorb on hit, which is very much a useful thing for like boss fights, right? Because in boss fights you're typically constantly hitting something, so that means that you're constantly getting back HP. But like, I am curious about like, what if I took that constantly getting back HP aspect and mixed it with, say, attack speed rather than crit rate? Because attack speed does affect this thing. And like I've never really looked into like how high can attack speed get. But at the same time, it seems like the equipment that is best for dodges appears to be mostly paired with crit chance, which to me sounds totally insane. Like, why would you pair my ability to potentially ignore damage outright with potentially my damage to do, or my ability to do double damage? That feels kind of busted. Hey, sir. I think this might be... No. What am I thinking? I was gonna say, I think it might be the halfway point. No, we're past the halfway point. What the fuck? We are quite decently past the halfway point. I didn't realize that. I thought we were still, like, driving towards the halfway point and just about there. Okay. More progress than expected. I like that. But, like, yeah, I do wonder about the idea of, like, putting together a set where it's just like, let's just take, like, instead of focusing on any one specific stat, what if I just took it in, like, a concept of, like, I will get the highest total accumulation of stat bonuses that I possibly can. I see another boulder that appears to be copper. There is, like, literally no room to question how this one is going to get to the line. Damn it. Whoops. Miss, how far are we from the other corner? Well, I mean, I would say we're not close. We're not super far either. Maybe if I'm real lucky, around the 4-hour mark, we'll be in that corner. I suppose that depends on how distractible I am. So part of me thinks, like, I should just ignore these fucking bugs, because if I ever want to, like, just roam the desert collecting bugs, it's not like anything will be able to stop me later. But, like, at the same time, my brain is like, but they're right here. Like, I see them right now. Why shouldn't I catch them right now? Yo, is this Crack Your Soul? Yeah, it is. God, I miss Museka. Such a fucking good game. Like, real talk, Viv and I have been interested in buying one of these arcade machines, or we've been interested in buying one of these for a really, really, really long time. And when we originally had that idea, the issue was that we didn't have anywhere that we could safely put it where we knew it wasn't going to piss off our neighbors, because where we were at that time, we were on the second floor, and Museka has a foot pedal. We were pretty sure that that wouldn't be the problem, but it is a... Look, the music and rhythm games are loud. We were pretty sure, like, yeah, the people below us are gonna hate this. But it sucks that we didn't, like, do something about it at the time, because at that time I think that we could have gotten one for... I think at the time we were looking at like $2,600, which for that would have been a pretty good deal. Now, like the last time I saw one, it was like $3,800, and that's not the bad news. The bad news is that I haven't been able to find anywhere that has one to sell. Well, no sources that are trusted anyway. There's just like some unscrupulous internet sources that are like, yeah, we have them, give us $3,800, please. And it's like, nah, man, if I can't find somebody that is in the know, that is like, yeah, that's a good source for a thing, you can get it there. Like, real talk, if they were to be like, if somebody were to tell me, yeah, they'll definitely sell you the machine, but it'll probably be beat up. Like, you're gonna need to show it some TLC when it shows up. I'd be like, that's fine. I can repair a Museka machine. I know how to do it. But like some of these sources, it's like, I got no guarantee these motherfuckers are gonna actually send me anything at all. These days, where we are, I'm trying to think. If we had the Museka machine right now, where we would put it and how we would set it up. Bitch. like, here, I definitely think that we could find a way. There's like one thing about round one that genuinely pisses me off is like when they're completely done with a game, like having a game in stock at all, they don't ever sell them to customers or anything like that. They don't ever sell them off. They just get rid of them. Like, and I'll be honest, I'm not even sure where to. Like maybe to like new round one locations. I know that that was something that we did at ours. In industry secrets, that's something that we did with a lot of our old machines at our particular round one, was like there'd be another round one location opening that didn't have, where they didn't quite have a lot of the games, like the logistics behind what games were going to be there and all that, like that hadn't been figured out, so we would just send the ones from I worked at the largest round one in the US. So we would just send some of our lower performing machines. What just happened? Motherfucker. Those dudes just zoomed away for some reason. Like, I actually got tasked with, like, opening up several of those arcade machines and cleaning out the guts so that we could send it. But, like, one machine that just, like, thwarted me, like no matter how much work I put into that game, there was some area inside of that machine that was still filthy, was this, there's this, like, so, like, the game it's based on is this NES game, this old AF NES game, even by NES standards, called Elevator Action, which is like a 2D, like, platformer, shoot 'em up. I don't really know what you would call this thing, but it's a 2D game, obviously, because it's NES, right? There's no fucking 3D NES games. But it's like a left-right shooting elevator action kind of thing. It is not a good game. Anyways, the elevator action game that we had was like a goofy ass, like, first person rails on rails shooter, with like the silly gimmick being that it had physical elevator doors on the machine. But like, and I think it's mostly because of that last factor that it was so filthy, because there was dust buildup, and like, that's normal. It's normal for there to be dust buildup inside of an arcade game. Every single arcade game is going to have that. Issue with this thing is that it had the innards of the actual machine had so many fucking voids, so many little nooks and crannies for crap to get into. I worked on that machine for hours and hours, on like multiple days, and it was still a disaster by the time I wrapped it up and was like, I don't think I can do any more for this patient. But anyways, that was the thing, is like instead of just getting rid of crap games, like I guess we just held on to them long enough to send them to a location that just didn't have any games at all. It's like, it's better to have games than not have them, even if no one cares about those games, I guess. Let's just do this. That kind of damage doesn't even hurt, like, the durability of your equipment. Anyways, the reason that like, all of that shit annoys the hell out of me is because, like, if that weren't the case, if Round 1 were willing to sell machines to customers, then fucking, there would have been multiple instances where where we could have theoretically acquired a Museka machine for a reasonable price. Anyways, here I am talking about that shit fucking 5 songs later. 5 songs later if you include the track that inspired the topic. Egad, this crystal section has some shit in it. Like, for anyone interested in, like, acquiring and owning their own arcade machine, like, if it's a relatively recent game and it's something that's, like, released in the service here in the US, it's usually not that hard to acquire them. As far as the price is going to be concerned, arcade games are expensive. There's really nothing else to say about that. They're expensive. But if you're looking for, like, Japanese-made arcade games, Japanese-made in service arcade games, that is a complete pain in the dick. Like, I and a group of people once upon a time we were looking into the business of trying to go through, like, all the official channels to get a genuine, like, DDR-A machine, right? And it's not impossible to do, sort of. It's sort of not impossible to do. And when you put the word sort of in front of not impossible to do, basically, and I don't know how different things are now. Maybe it's the same, maybe it's not the same. Probably, almost certainly the numbers are different. But at the time, I think that, like, a new DDR machine was something like 23 grand. But that is not the bad news. And going back to that phrase that we used earlier, that was not the bad news. The bad news is that they don't just ship one. So in order for us to get this done, we would have had to get enough people together who all had, like I said, I think it was 23 grand to spend on a DDR-A machine, who all wanted a DDR-A machine, And we needed to get enough people together to do that to fill an entire shipping container. Because that is the only way that they actually did them at the time to the US, is they would fill an entire shipping container with DDR-A machines. And shy of that, it wasn't worth the bother. And I don't remember exactly how many that was. I think it was like 34 machines to a container, something like that. It was not like a completely outrageous number of machines, but it's also a big number considering like how much money that means the total is. And then on top of that, you have the shipping costs. And then on top of that, you have the import costs. And then on top of that, you have I'm pretty sure that there was a tariff on it. Not like a big one, but again, like even small percents at the amount of money that we're talking about is a pretty fucking large amount of money. And it didn't take us long to reach a conclusion. Like, before we had all the details, we were already like, yeah, this is never gonna fucking happen. But we were still curious, like, so, but what would it take really? And the answer was too fucking much. Way too fucking much. But like, if you, for instance, wanted to get like the Guitar Hero arcade machine, the last I knew about that, those were genuinely quite easy to obtain. Like, you just contact the manufacturer and be like, I would like one of these, and then they're like, that would be X amount of dollars, please, and then that's the end. You have your machine shipped, and GG. Pretty fucking simple. Sure do wish I could do the same thing with Museka. That would be swell. And anytime I've discussed this with someone that's like, I know a guy that sells arcade machines, let me check with them, and then they always come back like, yeah, they don't have one. I should probably email Corey and be like, hey, if you ever come to a point where you're gonna sell that machine, I want it really fucking bad. And no, I'm not going to specify who Corey is, because on the off chance that one of the, like, 2 people that will ever look at this VOD somehow managed to get, like, 3 hours deep, and also happen to be in the market for a Museka machine, I don't want to tell anybody who I'm going to try to contact for this. And if you just happen to figure out who Corey is, then, like, you're a stalker weirdo, and congratulations on a successful stalking, I guess. Where? There it is. And yeah, don't think that I'm not aware of how little popularity both my Twitch and YouTube have. Especially with God Hand being in the rear view mirror, like, basically nobody watches my shit anymore, and that's fine. It is what it is. I might start playing God Hand again someday, but it's weird every time that like because I'm still willing to answer questions when people ask, right? So like if someone from the past is like, "Oh right, this thing about God Hand, surely Xana knows," and then they'll message me, and I'm still chill to like answer questions, especially when they're trying to ask me for like gameplay related stuff or specifics about mechanics. But like, it's weird because like when it comes back up, there's most of the time there's that twinge of like, man, I really do miss it, and then there's like another thing that comes up where it's like, actually, I'm so glad that I'm not involved with this anymore. Because, like, genuinely, of all the people I've ever met through gaming, like, I'm not gonna say that there aren't some good people that I met through God Hand, but fuck me, the vast majority have been just god-awful. God-awful. Like, having to deal with my Cobb, having to deal with Roni, having to deal with, like, dude, just it's just not worth it. It's the same kind of vibes as being like in competitive Tekken. Like, you are gonna meet people that are not worth dealing with to be in this. Like, it's just I'm sure at some point I'll probably play it and even stream it again, but I'm gonna stay the fuck away from anything regarding a community. And I've said this before about other things, but literally any time that the word community has been added to something, in my experience, it's made it infinitely worse. Like, oh, Tekken with some friends. Good. Tekken community. Boo. God Hand. Playing games. Punching mans. Yay. God Hand community. What little there is. Blech. Boo. It's always bad. Community is a dirty word. In gaming, anyway. Except for the furry community. Like, and to hell with anybody that's just gonna be like, you gross furries. Like, y'all don't know nothing. Like, anytime that I've ever interacted with, like, the greater furry community, those people are just so welcoming and inviting and supportive of each other and, like, literally move mountains for one another. It's, like, the most amazing shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, and I don't remember the name of the streamer. I used to watch them a long time ago. But, like, he and his girlfriend had some issue where, like, her school had totally screwed her out of, like her whole education package. Like everything got shot to hell. And at the same time, they're like, so they screw her out of some classes. And because of that, she doesn't meet the minimum requirements for the program that she's on. So because of that, she owes, like, a giant heap of money, because now that money has to be paid out of her own pocket rather than through the program that she was on. Anyways, like, it's this whole, like, list of details. It's like, the school fucked us over real bad, and now we owe, like, $37,000, and if we can't get that paid off, then these other horrible things are gonna happen to her future, etc., etc. And so he was doing, like, let's just say unhealthfully long streams trying to raise money specifically to help them offset this debt. And bruh, the furry community was just batting 1,000 with this. Like, other big streamers in that community were like popping in and being like, here's $500. Here's $1,000. One dude, like, and he's just like the whole time he's like so emotional, being like, I'm so glad that you people, like, I'm so glad that we're, you know, all coming together to try to do this, and I'm so glad that everyone here is supporting us and all of this. And it's like, bruh, at one point, a particularly, like, a really big streamer in this community shows up and dropped to like 13K. And like, bruh, I ain't never seen any other community do some shit like that. Ah, fucking hell. Piss off, nerds. I'm busy. Hey. But yeah, genuinely, fuck anyone who tries to talk shit about the furry community, because they're pretty fucking lit. But aside from that, every experience I've had with communities has been bad. There has to be the one exception to the rule, right? This does not sound good. Why does it do this? Like, I go to the folder where the song is, and like, I genuinely, I get rid of the song in my files when I decide that a song is not up to the task, like that last one. Apparently I did not review good when I reviewed that soundtrack. Anyway, but like, I'll go to the folder where the file is, and then I will use the hotkey, and just for context, it's Alt right bracket for forward and left bracket for back. But I'll use the hotkey to skip the track so I can delete it, and then the delete key won't do anything in the folder, even though that is definitely the focus window. I don't know why. Very, very annoying. Fuck you, Windows. You dumb, horrible bitch. Well, yeah, anyone that makes it this far into this video, take that one home with you, is that there is a possibility that I play and stream God Hand again in the future. Because I do miss it. I do miss the game. I just don't miss all the bullshit around it. So like if I ever do go back to playing it sometimes, it is going to be with absolutely no intention. Like there, I've got no intention of like participating in the speedrun leaderboard, especially with Roni's stupid ass and in charge of it. God, what a fucking failure. Anyways, yeah. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about that. Oh, there's... I better get rid of this because this looks relatively easy to miss on the map. if I'm not completely dead by the end of the 8 hours of digging, there's a possibility that I might stream a little bit of something else, like maybe Hero Siege. I don't even remember the last time that I streamed that. It's funny. When I originally bought that game, it was sort of like there was definitely some Binding of Isaac overlap. It was very much like a roguelike. Like Binding of Isaac, like adjacent game with some RPG elements and like different characters that had, like were different character classes and shit. It was a neat little thing. And I kind of played out what it was at that point and got bored of it and didn't really touch it for a long time. And then, sometime later, I was like, man, it's been a while since I've messed around with that. And I got interested in playing it again, and when I went back to try to play it, it is a very, very, very different game now than it was back then. And, like, it has, last I saw, mixed reviews on Steam, leaning more negative, which I think is really weird, but I guess it's because, like, it's now more of an online RPG, like pretty like overly simple online action RPG, and it is fairly filled with microtransactions, but like for the most part you really don't need those. And like it looks like they're like currently like redoing their entire structure for their revenue stream, trying to figure out what does and doesn't work, and probably because people just hate microtransactions, even if their hatred doesn't make any sense in some cases. But of all of the negative reviews that because like sometimes I get curious, why are people having problems with this game, and sometimes you run into a few that's like it just doesn't even run on my computer, and when I try to contact the devs about it, they don't respond. That's enough of a reason to be upset, obviously. But I think that the most valid complaint that I could find, because a lot of it is just like silly bullshit, not as like silly bullshit as like the negative reviews for Rainbreaker, but a lot of it was silly bullshit. With the exception is, I did see one person with the thumbs down. Not the same game I bought. Not interested in this. Yeah, that's definitely true. It's definitely not the same game I bought. But at the same time, I kind of got sick of the game I originally bought and stopped playing it. But once upon a time, dude, I had like a stretch of time on my channel where I had like 1,800 highlights that were all bug reports for the old version of the game. And yeah, I went through and deleted all of it at some point, but that took a long fucking time because, like I said, it was like 1,800 videos. I wouldn't be surprised if I missed some, just due to the sheer volume of them. But yeah, back then I streamed it all the time. And nobody watched, which is normal. Totally normal. But no, yeah, back to the Rainbreaker reviews, because I did bring that up. And it is worth mentioning because I personally think this behavior is disgusting. A great deal of the reviews on Rainbreaker is more or less is just tiny cocked little baby bitch dudes who just absolutely quit at the idea of a physically strong woman, just like, oh my god, I can't handle it. My micro penis syndrome doesn't know what to do. And so they just like bitch and moan that like, oh, the character in this game isn't realistic. And she's so ugly. And she's queer coded. She's not gay, but whatever, who cares? It's just like misogynist ass bullshit. And it's so fucking annoying. And like, here's what I think about like the character's not realistic angle of, so what? Even if Clef was utterly unrealistic and who cares? We're not here for fucking realistic characters. We're here for a good time. And I won't lie, when I see a game that I'm interested in also has a female pro tag, I'm infinitely more interested. Or like character creation, allowing you to create with, whatever gender or arraignment that you want. Arraignment? That's not the word I'm looking for. It doesn't matter. Like, I won't lie, when I'm given the power of a decent character creator, I pretty much always make a black woman. Because black women are hot and black women are cool. And like anyone who's seen me play Neo, I've got a hot black woman who is a total badass, and that's what I like to see. I also did the same thing in Saints Row. Except for the first game, because the first game sucks and doesn't have a character creator. You're just a generic white guy. Unless there may have been some options there that I don't remember, but for the most part it wasn't like an actual proper character creator. That much I do remember, because I remember thinking like, what the fuck? And I think that like the justification for like it's if memory serves in Saints Row 2, you're supposed to be the same character that you were from the first game, and that like the justification for the character creation at that point is that like something occurred and there was a massive accident that you barely survived, and so you had to have extensive plastic surgery to reconstruct your face or whatever, which is a very, 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 very loose justification for allowing me to customize my entire appearance, but whatever. And like at the same time, like when I played through the first Saints Row and into the second one and start the second one, make a black woman, and like you gotta think like, man, imagine like, generic white guy wakes up as a black woman. That's some crazy whiplash. Let's see, what does my inventory look like? I saw that, but I ain't gonna go all the way over there for it. So about being to the corner at the 4-hour mark, I'm gonna go ahead and say that has basically no chance of happening. Maybe another hour, maybe at the 5-hour mark we'll be down there, but I don't know if it's just that this takes forever as a normal state of affairs, or if the fact of the matter is that I just keep getting distracted. But like I said, if there was some kind of automated bug catching, I do think that this would... Like, no, there's no room for, I think it would. It would be faster. But it would be, in my opinion, responsibly fast. Let's go ahead and take this up to the top. But yeah, honestly, if I haven't reached that corner by the 5-hour mark, then what the fuck am I doing? Taking too long, that's what. But I imagine the next block after this one will probably take about the same amount of time as this one. What is that guy doing? He goes south to get into a fight with a robot. mean, I will tell you this: if the knife thrower and the tackling crystal guy, if they face off, Knife Boy is winning that fight. Simple fact. There's no room for any bullshit there. He's winning that fight. Having said that, I'm not sure about the drone with the gun. Because, like, he'll have trouble hitting Knives Boy, but if he does get a decent shot on him, then it's over. Normally the way that I clear a space is to take it all the way right to left and left to right, then right to left, etc., and I like go from wall to wall. But in the desert there's like so much open space that there are times when that's just kind of a way, like this area right here, right? Like I could go from wall to wall, but oh, hey, a boulder. But if I do that, then I'm going to waste an awful lot of time going in either direction. Just like cutting across a big empty space over and over. It's not exactly the wisest use of my time. one convenient thing about all of these booms is like once this stuff gets ripped up, I don't bother replacing it because it would take too long to replace these every time that I see them. So every time that like one of these bomb scarabs booms on one of those patches, I guess it theoretically does me a favor. Fucking damn it! I sit down to do some inventory management, and literally as soon as I open the menu, that bitch gets right in my face. I feel absolutely certain that the line is gonna get boomed. And, like, you know, I'll try to return home and find that there's basically nothing there. Alright, let's just knock this out and stay over where the crystal is. Naruto Gekko Ninja Taisen. Oh! I miss this game too. I really need to find my GameCube boards, bro. And if I can't find them, like... Okay, so real talk, this area has a lot of really solid used game stores, like really fucking good ones. I'm not gonna name them because that's like I would be doxing myself, but because some of them are actually quite specific. But like if I can't find them, it won't be like a huge disaster because there are plenty of stores here that I could get replacements from. The biggest issue, and I mentioned this in my last stream, is that the video cord that I was using with my GameCube is the same cord that I used for S-Video on my PlayStation 2. Now, granted, I have... What? Get in there. I have component for my PlayStation 2, so I don't really see why I would need S-Video for my PlayStation 2, but at the same time, I don't want to just not have it. I'm supposed to have it. Excuse me, sir. Let's see some. Can I get some ID, bro? Actually, no, I can't because this is not the Metropolis. Whoops. No soup for you. I gotta say, if I could spend a lot more time in a crystal biome than the actual desert biome, that'd just be swell. What is this, Taku Radical Phase? Alright. Hold on. QQQ should be in here somewhere. Theoretically. Oh, hey. Yeah, we are just about in this corner at the 4-hour mark. Just about. I don't know how much of like the rest of the left side of this wall we're gonna get done before we get there. Because I promise I'm not like trying to shotgun blast my way to the thing to make the prediction, especially since I gave a secondary prediction of 5 hours, which appears to be very, very, very incorrect. Oh, god damn it. Thankfully there's water not too far from here. And that. I really hate that it will allow you to like dump water on the ground like that with the bucket, because it's not a useful function. You know what? Actually, yeah, this is like just the next thing that's not inside of the crystal. This appears to be connected to the crystal. Yeah, not worried about it. I gotta say, like, if I had a good setup for DDR at home, I would probably stream that as well, because I'm a big, like, nerd. And at the same time, like, while I know that I'm not, like, a physically fit person, and I'm definitely not, like, top level at that shit, and I would never pretend to be so, like, DDR is one of those things that, like, I would encourage just about any nerd to get into. Not just because I like it, but because, genuinely, if you can find fun in a game like DDR, maybe not even necessarily DDR, there's several, like, dance-oriented arcade games. It is definitely, if you can find fun in a game that is just physical exercise by default, it is so helpful. Like, what the hell? This, like, physical activity thing is actually pretty alright. How did that happen? I'm not gonna lie, until I looked down just now and saw Darksiders, I actually kind of thought that was a Dark Souls track. But then it was like, right, I forgot. Most of Dark Souls music isn't actually very good. So I don't know what made me think that it was a Dark Souls track. I guess it's just the vibe that I would expect from a Dark Souls track, rather than, like... That's like one of those examples of, like, my brain replacing what is with what I guess should be. And, like, no disrespect to people that, like, enjoy the Dark Souls soundtrack, but you're wrong. No, I'm kidding. But, like, Dark Souls music is one of, like, Dark Souls is one of those soundtracks where when I went back and reviewed it for the playlist, there is only, like, 3 or 4 from some of them that, like, actually made the cut. And what it seemed like, for the most part, most Dark Souls music, like, really isn't good on its own merits so much as it it works within the context of the game. Like there are like there's Ornstein and Smough, which is good, and then there's the and we're talking about Dark Souls 1 at this point. There's Ornstein and Smough in the Gwyn fight, mostly because the Gwyn fight sounds kind of depressing. Probably because it is kind of depressing. Theoretically, I guess. I don't know, whatever. But like the rest of it is like stuff that I guess in theory, like, you know, like works within like, okay, this boss appears and this track comes in, and together those two things feel pretty epic. But when those two things aren't together, that music isn't all that good. And I've run into like several examples of games where that's the case, where like in context the music feels great. In fact, there are games that I remember thinking like, I can't wait to review this OST and add all of its tracks to the playlist. And then I would review that OST and add none of it to the playlist. Despite it being a game that I liked, that I was already convinced was going to be a big part of our stream playlist, winds up not being part of the playlist literally at all. Because it turns out, like, yeah, some OSTs just work better within the context of the atmosphere in the game. Dark Souls was overwhelmingly like that. I'm pretty sure I have, like, Bloodborne OST on the list of things to check, and probably Elden Ring as well. But I'm not gonna lie, I kind of expect that to be the vibe for all of them. But I'm willing to be wrong, of course, otherwise I wouldn't bother checking, right? I'm always willing to check. And I'm always willing to be wrong. I just don't expect that I am in this particular case. Dude, Cook Serve Delicious 2's soundtrack is so good. And yes, I'm saying Cook Serve Delicious has a better soundtrack than Dark Souls. I'm explicitly saying that. I'm not even implying it. I'm saying it is just an outright objective fact. Come at me. Or rather, don't bother because it ain't gonna help. what, since there's just this tiny section of shit down here. There. Pet owl. Box. And that's like one thing I actually quite like about like the locked chests is that like when you like you can use a lot of metal to make the keys to unlock all the chests. And then there's a relatively high chance every time that you unlock a chest that you can get enough equipment out of that chest to break down into the same metal that you used to make the keys. And in a lot of cases, you can get most of, if not all of that metal back per key. Honestly, I tell you what, I need to check more Nintendo 64 game OSTs. Like, some of them are real disappointing, and I've noticed that for, like, absolutely 100%. A lot of them are very disappointing. I think that that's just games in general, because, like, I think N64 OSTs is, like, a very untapped well of potential. Tell you what, I need to check out the Arrow Gauge OST, because I'm curious. Or, I don't know if I have or haven't checked Revolt, but you know what, actually I probably have. Because a Revolt is this, like, old-ass, like, it's a racing game where you're racing, like, remote-controlled cars, like, really tiny remote-controlled cars. For some reason, I thought I just got a Desert Ruby, and I was like, why though? I'm just breaking walls. And now I'm like sitting here, like trying to think, like, what could have come from this wall that briefly looked like a Desert Ruby? I genuinely couldn't even see that gem. Okay, we're right about the 4-hour mark. We're also, like, coming up on that corner. Sort of, kind of. Yeah. So, you know what? I was actually... I'm going to go ahead and say that I was right when I said 4 hours, because, like, in the next... I don't know... 5 minutes or so, we should probably actively be working on that corner. Because as soon as I'm in that corner, I'm just gonna... In fact, you know what? Should I just... I'm just gonna work on it now. Fuck it. Oh, I shouldn't even be going over there yet. Whoops. Damn it. I don't know where the other one went, but... I'm not really worried about the big guys, to be completely honest. Like, they hit relatively hard, but worst case scenario, I get plonked by one once. Man! Did not figure out what angle it wanted out of me right there. Usually when you get one of those, you get several of those. So I'm gonna wait until after I get one more to appear, and then I'm gonna switch to the ring, to the other ring, and cut these down. I realize that this is not where I'm supposed to be working, but I do have the setup on and I'm right here, so... The greatest benefit to like being like actively digging with the laser in this area is like pretty obvious, and it's that if dickheads try to swarm you, you are already prepared to laser them in the face. Oh, I thought that was just one. This music is fitting. Another reason not to be worried about the big guys here versus the small ones is that the small ones can just suddenly zoop out of the wall without any indication that they're there. Whereas the big guys have like a little glowy bit that's pretty easy to spot even if they're inside the wall. You know what? I should probably take a short break. And I'll be back. Huzzah, fuck you, you did not warp me in time, you bitch. I hate that they can shoot through the Rex, dude. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, Oh, okay.
Hey, Gob! Catch those pink skins! Every last one! Come and get me!
Sure. I don't know how that happened. Oh, I guess he's dead. What the fuck? Good job. You tried.
What? What? Why was that giving me fucking... What? Why would that be giving me... Hold on. Why was it giving me fucking Creepvine? What? I'm so confused. I was gonna say nothing to menace me, but it's not like anything in this stage was particularly dangerous to me anyway. Where are you going? No, really, what in the hell were you doing? Bruh.
But yeah, okay, so the strongest melee push in the game is... well, that's good. I don't know. Good video game. Well, I guess we're hoofing it back. What do you say to that? What do you, like... What do you say to it? What? None of the traditional Zelda is really gonna fit you if those don't. I mean, Link to the Past is on the Switch, but that's not the best version of it to play. Bloop. Later, nerd. Yo. Okay. What? 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 Dude. He just, like, teleported above me.
All at once now.
Yo, Brew's like fucking teleported.
I'll fancy this fort capturing business. And once this one's yours, you'll need a new overlord. I'd like to throw my hat in that ring.
What have I unleashed?
Yes,
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm definitely not helping with that. Are you serious? Wow. I genuinely don't understand, man. What is he doing? What are you doing, mate? Don't be an idiot. Dude, I didn't mean to do that. If you can't fight the Revenant, don't fight the Revenant. Are you fucking serious, bro? I honestly, I don't even know what the hell to say about this guy. Good fucking job, dude. I am not surprised. I can't, like, what in the fuck was any of that?
There's a wreck in the boat.
It's relatively small and it's... What?
What? What? What?
The fucking crash fish just went full nuclear on a dog. No. Hello. Shall we continue? Bro, god damn it. Fuck out of here. Barely try to move and everything goes to head. Get out of here. See, yeah, those glowy bits on the front where I guess those are its eyes. Like, you can see that no matter what. These motherfuckers, not so much. And I think it's probably because they're lower to the ground, like they're wall height, and the big one isn't. Yeah, it's because of the height. I just noticed that the bottom eyes aren't visible when it's in the walls. It's rude though, because like the small one is objectively the more scary one, because like when it goes through, it can loop around at like it can hit you physically, drop a bomb, loop around a perfect circle and almost no distance, hit you again, and like before you realize what the fuck is going on, you're dead.
Nope. Nope again. Nope. I didn't even realize that you were there, but nope. I'm not gonna lie, without looking down, I genuinely thought that this was a Donkey Kong trick. I mean, now it's very clear that it's not, but at first I thought it was. Failure. Hmm. You know, I wonder, like the last time that I looked at Core Keeper's music, I don't think the passage existed. One second. Sorry about that. Haven't seen any nasties for a while. I'm starting to think that in the passage, you're really only gonna see the enemies spawn when you're like more towards the center of the area. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it's just as likely to happen here, and I'm just not like they just haven't. I don't think when this area was added that you had any real chance of seeing the gemeralds in those boxes, but that could be totally wrong. Honestly, it's kind of wild to be at a point where my clear cutting has what the fuck are you doing in here? Has reached the passage. Like the fact that it's reached the passage at all is definitely a an achievement for me. May as well grab that Pandora. What are you doing down here, man? It would be freaky if it turned out... Oh, there's a little bit of crystal biome inside of this passage area. Like, literally inside of it. You'd be like, what? 'Cause I mean, like... I might be wrong, but I don't think that's possible. So I would be genuinely confused if that's what it was, but... Like, why are they all the way down here? I do think that by far the most annoying sections of the passage are going to be the big open areas where there's just infinite plants. Now, I could just not do the plants, but I've been doing them the whole time, so I feel like my OCD would be out of control if I didn't. Okay, I see. It's not in the biome. It's just that it's right here on the edge. About half an hour later, we're almost done carving out this corner. Yeah, as soon as the update goes live and Viv and I start playing it together, like, before Viv has a chance to play, the first thing I'm gonna do is look at the crafting tables and see, like what all is available crafting-wise without actually going to the new areas. And then, I don't know, depending on like what's still available to do, I might fart around in the game at that point, just killing time. Who knows? But I definitely will not be going to the new areas until Viv is here to play the game with me. That's how we've been doing the whole time. That's how we're going to continue to do things. But the first thing that I'll do when we're playing together is teleport to the portals that I have at the end of each of the cardinal direction lines, which is the so like basically what I did was I put a conveyor belt line that is directly in line with the core in all 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, and I put a portal at the end of the road on all of those directions. So what I'll do first, probably while she's orienting herself and figuring out what her setups are going to be and whatnot, I'll just go ahead and teleport to those and back, setting them up to their boundaries. Or who knows, maybe she'll join me for that because I might see something new and she want to see it at the same time. But like, you know, it's not like we don't have a tendency to go our own separate ways as a normal state of affairs. So we might not be that picky about it, who knows. So I'm wondering if we're gonna be done with this at about the 35-minute mark for the corner. I mean, this is some Dungeon of the Endless, I think. Yeah. This is another, like, surprisingly fitting track for where we are. All right. Yeah, we're basically done with it. It's 35 minutes for the corner, yeah. More or less. Bruh. Ooh, that was weird. I still don't understand why it won't let you place a boat on your left and right side. It has to be in an up and down. It's very strange. Son of a bitch. This. Okay. What the fuck? Bruh. Sweet Jesus. I ain't going after that one. Nice. Coming up on that 445. Only 5 1/4 to go. Man, what the fuck are my sinuses up to right now? I did see a crystal snail over there, but I was already, like, part way back when I realized. So I was like, meh. Okay, actually, trail of things to catch. I ended up over here anyway. Okay, so we do have some more desert to go through to the west. Not like a lot, but there's definitely something. Yeah, Revolt. I have checked on Revolt. Okay. Now that I'm hearing this, if memory serves, not a whole lot of Revolt made it through. I will say though, at this pace, especially if I'm gonna insist of myself that I do 8-hour shifts of this more or less, then yeah, we'll definitely have the map clear cut by the time the update is out. Unless something just straight up prevents me from working on this for a while. I don't suppose anybody out there is gonna complain if I work on it a bit offline as well, though I gotta say, if I work on it a bit offline as well, I wonder if I'll be able to still expect myself to do 8 hours online. It's like I said last stream, this is one of the things that I often do while I'm listening to the news, while I'm taking in horrible information. I'm just digging. I do like this track, but I gotta say, I think 5.5 minutes is too much of it. I think it's a good track that outstays its welcome. You know what just occurred to me? I really, really, really hope that SK doesn't raid me while I'm doing this. Because, like, coming from whatever he might be speedrunning to this, it's gonna be whiplash. Like, this could not be more boring in comparison. And I good and damn well know it. I think, like, the only kind of viewership that I would have any chance in hell of getting while I'm doing this is from people who just want to hang out. That are absolutely not really going to be watching the game. Which is fine. Because while I do think Core Keeper is worth watching, I don't think this part of Core Keeper is worth watching. Anyways, on this block and all future, well, I say all future blocks. Is this the last? Yeah, this is the last like full-size block. The rest of them are missing the corners. Anyways, this time around, when I eventually fill up on what am I talking about? Basically, when I get to the other corner where the other portal is that I've placed, I'm gonna use that to go home, and we're gonna do inventory stuff. Wait, yeah, it's gonna be on this side. I said as though that makes any fucking difference whatsoever. It's more of an OCD thing, probably, like, needless detail. Okay. Bitch. Ah. I wonder if I'll ever, like, get myself to do runs of this game again. Metal Gear Rising had problems, but it was overall a relatively fun run. You know, when the game behaved. Fucking damn it. Like I've been telling people just in general lately is that I just don't have that much of a desire to speedrun lately. But it's like, I don't know, I do quite like the feeling of doing anything at a high level, frankly, but like, the games that I play fairly good lately, I don't feel like I play those at a high enough level. Like this, I'm pretty good at this. But like, let's be real, this game is not complicated enough for being pretty good at it to be all that interesting. Especially when I'm just being good at digging. The ultimate challenge, digging. 1 second. But like, I don't know. It's been a while since I've really felt the motivation to be like, yeah, we'll sit with a game and really grind it out and really put in the resets and the work, and it's just been a while since I've been able to find that kind of motivation. Every so often I'll find myself doing like Dr. Mario runs offline offline for a couple of reasons. Because usually the reason I'm doing it is because I don't have the time to stream or there's something else preventing me from streaming. And for another reason, I'm like very, very, very bad now. I am considerably worse at Dr. Mario than I was the last time that I like actually did runs of it. Though in my last offline session, it feels like I'm starting to get my wits about me on it again. And I do notice like great opportunities that I didn't used to notice. So it's like, I think the potential is there. But Dr. Mario is still like an incredibly frustrating speed game. Why is my nose itchy? Please stop. Can't say that I'm surprised by this. Oh, whoops. Anyway. I'd be willing to bet that those, get interrupted yet again by some more bullshit. I am fully expecting that after all of this, I'll have to investigate the line, and there will be boulders that should be gone that aren't because either the drill or the generator or both got ripped up by enemy attacks, or just massive breaks in the line in random locations and in some not so random locations. I'm not going to be surprised by any of that. But that's why investigating the line is necessary. Every so often, you gotta go and look at your entire apparatus and see what is and isn't fucked. But I think I'm gonna hold off the last major investigation of the line until I've cleared the map. and then we're gonna fix all of the boulders that aren't completely done yet. And like this one will probably not be done by the time I do that investigation. It's because, you know, I'm just now wiring it in. But yeah, the whole point is to, like, you know, clean up the parts of the line that aren't necessary anymore. Also, I am a bit concerned that I'm going to end up with a scenario where... You know what? There is a portal right there. I could go ahead and go home and do some basic maintenance. I kind of want to see what's going on with my furnaces. That'll give me an idea of, like, how much of what is coming in. But, like, I'm not gonna investigate it right now, but I guarantee you there are some breaks in the line that's preventing everything that I'm dropping right now from getting home. And that once I do go back and investigate the line and get all of that shit back, what's going to happen is, like, a massive amount of solarite is going to hit the system, and that will probably overwhelm it. And, like, that's the one time that this particular build of my metal machine, the one time that this build got genuinely overwhelmed, it was because of something like that. And by overwhelmed in this context, I mean with metal, where there were furnaces that were just completely filled to the brim, couldn't accept any more metal, and as a result, actual ore reached the end of the machine without being properly processed. That's what I mean by overwhelmed in this context. The other form of the only other way I would ever describe my metal machine as being overwhelmed is when the amount of items reaching the front gate exceed the speed that the grabber arm can interact with it. Like when I said earlier about, like, trying out that mod with the essentially crab pots, the little things that you would just put in the water that would generate items over time. Like, genuinely with the method that I use with those, where I put one of every variant into each variant of water biome, that wildly overwhelmed the machine. The amount of items that were just sitting at the front gate that the grabber arm just could not keep up with that shit. And, like, honestly, like, the biggest problem with that wasn't even that, like, oh, there's a giant pile of items here. Like, the big problem would be that the grabber arm was, like, constantly grabbing things. Like, it would not grab things in a particularly good order, and because of that, items kept on arriving that would preclude actual pieces of metal. So the furnaces were, like, not performing as optimally as they could because metal wasn't being provided to the machine at the same pace as just, like, heaps of fish and random pieces of equipment, and it caused more problems than it was worth by a bunch. And like I said, it was so busted with, like, an endless sea of equipment and items that it was, like, the resource amounts were just insane and never ending. So it felt like cheating. But the downside being that, yeah, the machine got overwhelmed and was not performing it all the way that you would hope that it would. Like, realistically, if there was not a genuine concern of, like, you know, man, it's been a long time since I've fucked with some Hades. You know what? It's been long enough that I think that if I went after not only upgraded Hades, I'm not even sure I would deal with the upgraded chain And honestly, like, I don't even want to fuck with an appeals process for that. I just don't. I just, like, when it comes to tracks in the playlist, when they get copyright matched at all for any reason, even if it's a fraudulent claim and I know it. Like, for one thing, if it was a fraudulent claim and I could prove it, I don't know what process to go through to be like, look, I can prove these motherfuckers stole this content. And they're abusing your system to steal it further. I don't know what process to go through on that. If it was something that I could genuinely prove it and I knew what to do about it, I would probably go through that process and not delete it from the playlist. But like when it's a cover, I feel like that would be more muddled and it would become an argument between me and the dipshit who did the cover. And the only way that I would win that argument would be to get the actual copyright holder involved, and that's fucking impossible in most cases. So I don't even mess with it. I just go ahead and get rid of this shit. It's just too much bother. Plus, there's thousands of tracks in the playlist at this point. It's like 2,800 tracks. And I add new ones all the time. So, it is not at all worth it to, like, beat Pavement over every single track. Like, even if it's a track that I really like, it's just like, whatever, it is what it is. Like, legitimate matches, because, like, you never know which tracks are and aren't going to be, like, in that system. Because, like, you know, anybody in their right mind who would like, you know, their game to get more publicity, you know, like extra/free exposure, you would want to be able to just, you know, just like, yeah, let them play it online, let them stream it, let them put YouTube videos out. Don't do stupid, unnecessary music copyright matches on the music in said game. Licensed music is a different thing, but that's like game companies that put licensed music in games, that's a completely different flavor of wild, over-the-top stupidity, but that's a different conversation for a different time. But, like, there are instances where it's like for instance, last night's stream had a Cuphead track in it that got copyright matched, and from what I can tell, the copyright match is completely legitimate and by the genuine holders of that copyright. Now, I gotta say that's not particularly, it doesn't particularly encourage me to want to stream that game. If anything, it kind of makes me look at it and be like, do I bother? Maybe I just don't bother with Cuphead, because I'm not even sure if that game is necessarily up my alley anyway, but on top of that, copyright matches for the in-game music, though? Really? Nah, man. That's just, it's too much. That's too much bother. Now, I don't necessarily know, like, all the ways that music ends up in YouTube's copyright match system, because obviously not all of them do. For instance, like, you know, yesterday, I think it was 187 tracks played from the playlist, and as far as I know, well, actually, I should check this. As far as I know, that was the only one that got copyright matched. Yeah, according to this, nothing else got copyright matched, just that one thing. And if that's the case, then it's like, dude, like everything else was fine. Massive list of music, everything else was fine. And it's like, you know, if I streamed The Binding of Isaac, all of that music is fine. If I streamed The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, all of that music is fine. However, Revolt of Gamers, all of that music is fine. Dead Rising 2. Though that might not necessarily be true. I think, like, Dead Rising 2 uses, like, some instrumental versions of Clayton's, music, Cell Dweller. And I think that those get matched sometimes. Which is interesting because, like, Clayton is a total, like, he's a homie when it comes to this kind of stuff, because, like, I don't know if, like, anybody is aware of this, but if you put yourself on, like, you just go ahead and, like, sign up for this list, right, on the Fixed website, you can stream and post YouTube videos with Fixed music to your heart's content. Like, there's some stipulations on it, but, like, for the most part, you can just use it. And he's a total fucking homie about it. I really wish that there was more shit like that going on, where it's just like, no, yeah, just let us know, put yourself on this list, we'll make it where you don't get copyright matches, blah, blah. But yeah, I definitely would like to see more of that. And I've got that going on my on Twitch side. I've got that. I don't have that set up on my YouTube. I should probably just go ahead and do it on the YouTube side, because I think, like, there was a stipulation on it at one point that I remember thinking, I don't know, but, like, I'm never gonna monetize these channels, so I don't think I have anything to worry about. As much as Tripwire can go fuck themselves, they had a similar kind of thing going on with Twitch and YouTube, where it's like, hey, if you ever get any copyright matches or strikes or anything involving music being played during Killing Floor 2 gameplay, let us know, we'll take care of it. And, like, again, fuck Tripwire, but this one detail about that was pretty cool. Was pretty okay of them. Everything else about that company can go fuck itself up. Oh my goodness. You gotta love it when an enemy projectile is not fast enough to outrun you. In about an hour, I need to step away for a bit and support my lady as she gets ready for work. Or rather, I don't need to, I just prefer to. She doesn't mind either way. Sometimes thinks it's a bit odd that I feel like I should actually be part of the process if I can, helpful, you know? I don't know. I just think it's a good idea and just morally correct to be a dutiful partner. How very strange, I know. What a considerate life partner. What is this shit? You know, I will say, I do kind of wish that like there's the bonus on mining that makes it where you get valuables from wool. And like that's all well and good. I got no problem with that. The only issue I have with the ability is that one of the quote-unquote valuables that you get from walls is the gem ring and the gem necklace. And like that sucks. Because like one of the worst forms of inventory bloat is equipment, because equipment doesn't stack. And I honestly, that's a change that I would love to see in this game. Is like if it's the exact same piece of equipment, I think it should stack. Not in your equip, obviously, but like if it's just in your inventory, come on. Or there's probably a coding reason why that's not the case, because obviously they had to go out of their way to make it not stack. The program didn't just decide on its own, oh, these are not going to stack. So, I guess I'd have to hear like what the purpose was behind that conscious decision, but I don't know. It just sucks when, you know, that is such a massive issue when it comes to inventory bloat. Like, right now, for instance, you know, when I'm digging out just the... Like, when I'm digging out just the crystal biome, if it weren't for equips, this is how much I've got on me, right? And if it weren't for... Like, there's 5 of these fucking ancient gem things, man. So that's 5 slots that are just inaccessible. I'll tell you what, man, I would be down for there to be, like, some pouches that are just equips. Like, I would probably replace... I would probably get two of those. I think I would have... I'm thinking about this. I think I would have, like, the wall and metal bag, yes. One valuables bag. And 2 equipment bags. And I think with that arrangement, you could stay out in the field and not need to dump things. I think that you would not need to dump things on the line, or like you would not fill up for a very long time. Boy, I do know the first thing that Viv is going to want to do, the very first thing she's going to want to do when we play this together again, like when the new update comes out, because I feel like that is almost certainly the next time that she'll actually touch this. The very first thing that she's going to want to do is touch the calligraphy desk. And I gotta say, like, even for me, shy of making a new map and just collecting materials for no apparent reason. Well, okay, aside from making a new map specifically so that I can get the, I think it's the Desert God set. I don't remember, but it's, like I said earlier, it's the set that you have to find the 3 mazes and get the artifact from there so you can find where the treasure chests are and open each of them individually with the artifact keys. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, that's a time to pop a food. I think I struck a wall and it moved me in a way that I didn't expect. Anyway, like I was saying, like, aside from specifically making another map so that I can find more of, like, unique pieces of equipment, aside from that, I can't think of anything else I would do. Because I don't... especially with how much I have already, like, hoarded and stockpiled. Because, like, everything that we had in our classic map before they made them where they weren't endless anymore, everything I picked up there is here. I moved everything here. That's probably why they made the stacks massive. Yeah, that's gotta be why it's for... was almost certainly for migrating the giant collection of things. Anyway, bruh. We're not in the ocean yet, but I just got an ocean sapphire. These fucking things, dude. Dumb equips chewing up my inventory space. I'll be honest, I like Final Fantasy XII, and I like the music on Final Fantasy XII. I didn't recognize this as Final Fantasy XII music. You know what I think the problem is? Part of the problem. It's just that I have just so much fucking music. And as much as I'd like to pretend that, like, a lot of it is very unique and dissimilar, it probably turns out that that is not the case. A lot of it is probably very similar. There's a track on Beatmania 2DX that like has been added to this playlist that I quite liked the chart for it back when I was still playing it. That its title kind of looks like broken code, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of can't wait until someone who's not familiar is like, what the fuck is with this title? Is that, like, there's no way that that's what the song is actually called, and be like, no, yeah, it is though. Man, gotta love that triple damage hit. It's so beat. thankfully we have a solarite boulder down here, and that means that I've got a section of the line that I can interact with easily. Uh-oh. You know, because I do have this portal right here. Sack of shit. Welcome to the exact reason. No, piss offwardly. Yep. God damn it. Rat bastard. Man. I foresee this being a problem once it gets to the machine, just on the basis that it is quite a lot of shit. God. about being able to outrun enemy projectiles. Jesus Christ. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about you. Uh, 1000% there are some booms at the gate, and I'm gonna have to fix the front of the house again. What? That one, I'm not sure what the deal was with that. Sweet Jesus. God damn it. No booms at the door? Huh? Oh, God damn it. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so we do have an open Fury Furnace. Let's see what we have here. 8900 Solarite, 7200 Solarite, 1100 Solarite. So the front end of Solarite is actually running out. What's more is that we've actually got an open Fury Furnace at the front. So what that means is that the metal income on those has slowed down to the point to where we're just stuck cooking. But to be fair, All of that metal is about to get added. I know that nothing is cooking. I'm not worried about it right now. I guarantee you that other line in the desert that I was using 100% broke. Probably in multiple places. And this is genuinely, it's one of my biggest complaints about this game right now, is that it's like, oh, okay, if you're in the desert at all and you're relying on conveyor belts, there is going to be booms all over your fucking setup, and you're just gonna have to fucking deal with them. How did I see that earthworm? Don't worry about it. I'm superhuman and I see the code of the universe like they do in the Matrix. That is obviously not true. Please ignore everything I just said. Wait. Bruh. There's no like basic item overflow back here, so we can just do this thing. Although, yeah, I did leave quite a bit of it just hanging out back there. Oops. None of those are $99.99. Okay, so we can just yeah, there's definitely a massive amount of shit that's not here. Man, I don't understand how they managed to work their way up into this position, but whatever, I guess. This one was up there like that, and now this one is fucking... Right. Yeah, 51:38. It won't be terribly long until... until we don't have that to worry about anymore. Okay, let's... realistically, like, I'm not concerned about the other items. Like, I'm not concerned about putting everything away. Okay, so this is... it's just the main line in. Okay, so I know how to check that relatively quick. Spores. I just want to make sure that this line is still a line. %. Yep. You didn't even have to get far to confirm it. I'm not at all surprised. I would have been surprised if shit wasn't fucked up. Jesus Christ, dude. See, these guys are dickheads, man. They're the fucking worst. Now, if I'd been, like, ripping up all of the moss that spawns the guys that throw knives, if I'd been doing that, then this wouldn't be happening this wouldn't be happening nearly as much out in the field. Instead, the bomb scarabs would be making it all the way back to my home, where they would blow up at the door. Which is shitty, but, like, you know exactly where that repair job is going to be most of the time. But yeah, I'm just gonna drop this on here and I'm gonna get the hell out of here. Alright, time to get back to business. Oh no. I have the farming shit on. Man. Oh well. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a minor nascent. Haha, minor. Do you understand? Do you believe it? I did a good, clever joke, and it's funny and brilliant and shit. What time is it? 6:46. I should probably pop into the next room here in a second. This may not have been a bad thing overall after all. All. I should feel completely ashamed, because, like, right now, I was like, I know this song. I should know what game that's from. I literally played through Final Fantasy VII recently. I cannot be trusted. Alright. That feeling when I know exactly how fast my pickaxe should swing, and I swing it and immediately know that's not. It's about 650. I should probably go make myself useful. Or, well, attempt to. We'll get to the bottom of this line and I will step away for the moment. Anyways, yeah. I'll be back. Crashing away aloud. I thought we had a conversation about this. You will do the dishes on Thursday, like it says on the planogram. Sometimes when I speak, like, I have no idea what's happening. I get to hear it the same time you guys do. What a start. What a fucking start, dude. We just got here.
So when I closed it, it saved the settings from that version. Hey, could you do an attack? Yo, the map is gone. That was... Oh man, that was so good. Okay, so neither of them are ranged, so this should be actually quite easy. I like how he's wearing like a broken shield. Oh, come on. I'm stuck on everything. Hey guys, if you could don't, that would be fantastic.
Dead man! You sneaky maggot! Come on! Cover me from the front!
You're right next to some explosives, I want you to know that. And it turns out you have a fear of burning. What?
Analysis of the pattern on the walls cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required. Unknown language. Attempting translation.
I just wanted to see what would happen with the PDA.
By accessing the control room in the lower section.
Good. Sup, fellas? What? Oh my god, this is such a good game.
Oh my god, what the hell? Huh. Okay. Cool. Awesome. What the fuck is happening? You know what? I wonder. Bruh. What have I done?
I am a fucking asshole. Great. Didn't really have, like, another reason. Okay. You're kidding. No. I don't even know where. Okay. Good. Excellent. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is stupid. Yo, but it fucking worked. You know, there's no reason that that should have worked, right? Ah! Your timing on that comment could not have been better. What the fuck was that? And that is the only way out, so let's go the other way. Hey. Oh, wow. Well, he gone. He gone. Because I thought you were saying that the website. Oh, what the fuck?
What?
Sean Barney Barron from Santa Cruz, California will bust big anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, like, this feels like they wanted it to be like Michael Buffer. In this corner, Sean Barney Barron. Let's get ready to surf. I don't know. What am I doing here?
One of the most flowing surfers on the planet, Rat Boy from Santa Cruz.
Rat Boy.
From San Clemente, California, let's hear it for Christian Fletcher.
Oh my god! It literally did it. Good.
fun. We just got back. Yes, I can see it. You didn't need to do that.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, you're
Play
back.
follow the leader?
I am not. Damn it. Really? That is the silliest shit. What the fuck just... No, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? Nah, man, I'm ignoring this I am ignoring that shit.
Hey,
That was dumb as hell.
play follow the leader?
I just went out of bounds and died.
Aw, you was a beast master. He's got puppers and everything. Definitely not what I was going for. This is such a well-made video game. Oh, hey, I figured out how to get out. Oh my god. Oh god, what a disaster.
Whoa, why are we running? I'm down for some murder.
If we lose the heat, we can get back to the plan.
Whatever the plan was, it went out the fucking window. We need to focus on surviving.
Fun Shandi is being a problem. She's not being very fun. Yo, how did she get ahead of me? What? Yeah, I don't know what it is about the cast and the stairs in this game. Dude.
Oh. Ooh. I honest to God don't know what I just did. Like, I felt like I fumbled a controller and then all of a sudden two dudes were dead.
I know. You're not asking. Penguin knows what you want.
We just got here.
You're safe for now.
Thank God.
Oh, there's a
You
crotch.
wanna hold off on thanking him until after you've answered.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Like, literally one shot. The first dude that came out here fucked it.
Can't tell you forget how much I don't like this. Can't, You fucking what, mate? No. No, 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 no. Super extra ultra no. What the fuck?
Lucky box.
Okay.
I'm gonna get both of you out of there. Hold on.
The lever over there. The lever over there. Over there. The lever. The lever over there. The lever. The lever. You.
That doesn't look like a lever. It looks kind of like a bone.
What's going on?
What have you done?
What you told me to do!
Never trust the bird, Kaya!
What the hell just happened?
Not interested. That was fucking stupid. God. What? This is bullshit.
hell? Physics. Please. Bruh. Bruh, this is like I don't wanna leave. I don't wanna leave. This is why we play video games, okay? It's still here. It's still doing it. Hey, I'm really glad that you just mindlessly walked forward. I can't believe it. Well, I was trying to be helpful. That... Okay. His noggin just got straight stuck in the wall.
Can't wait to get behind this wheel.
Wow. That poor guy. I just fucked his shit up. Not only did he lose his car, but he got, like, rolled over by it multiple times. Ha! What's up? No. That was actually pretty funny.
So, while I was away, I did some like mental math on how long this would take if I did it in sections that would be hard to verbalize exactly how I would define those sections, but theoretically 11 days, depending on how long the last sections actually take. So, whoa, hold on. We have a broken title in the music. Let me fix this real quick. I think I know what it is. Yeah. It's almost certainly just that the title was something that isn't possible for Winamp to parse properly. Anyway, so that I don't burn out, yeah, we're gonna do this in sections, which means I'm gonna switch to a different game. And since I mentioned this earlier, we're gonna do this. One second. Wretched. Alright, did I get this changed? Yeah? It's just Twitch taking 100 years to acknowledge. I'm sorry about, like, all of the throat noises and such. I had to step outside to fix something, and now my sinuses are freaking out. Alright. Surely I remember how to set all this up. Gotta turn that off. Turn that on. I don't know why this isn't playing this whole time. Apologies for that. I think everything is good to go. Now these are my average segments since I started fucking around with this again. I'd say 35 is pretty fucking terrible. But I don't know, man. Maybe that was my average back in the day too, and I just don't remember. Man, the cold air and the sinuses together just does not behave. Are you shitting me? Okay, whatever. That was probably not the best way to do this. Nah. Total disaster. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, come on. My sinuses are 100% fucking with me. This is probably the worst time to just like, yeah, I'll do some runs of the game that I'm already not good at. When I can barely breathe properly. That's the best possible decision. Come on. Huge, gigantic time loss. This is a giant drop, but whatever, it should be fine. I didn't need to do that. That was dumb. That's a decent 8. Ah, what am I doing, dude? Disaster everywhere. Giant fall from hell. Oh god. Everything is ruined. You know, it kind of undercuts how heavy this track is supposed to be that it's so damn quiet. It was probably not the wisest thing to do. Note to self, don't go outside during streams anymore. Jesus Christ. Man, fuck you. Wall of yellow, guys. Let's fucking loosen up that red so I can do something about it. There's fuck all that can be done about some of this. What a fucking load this segment is, dude. Fuckery in every direction. Every direction. It doesn't even matter if I, like, focus on this one, because this is just fuckery of every flavor. Like, Doc, you don't need to fuck me this hard. I'm already not doing well. There's no need to bully this hard. Dudes. What the fuck? Amazing pattern granted. Any pills at all that would help with amazing pattern, not granted. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this isn't helping matters at all. That, on the other hand, helped a lot. Fuck you! Just non-stop forced errors, dude. Disaster of epic proportions. I gotta say, man, I go live with this game, and it's more rude to me than it has been to me in a long time. Perfect example, thanks. What? Nah, dude. I wanted to do a no reset, but that was just so fucking annoying. We'll see. Probably should have taken the drop. Bruh. Piles and piles and piles and piles of not the only fucking thing that I need. I fucking hate it. Again, dude, like, amazing pattern. Nothing that you need to execute the amazing pattern. Nice. I really love it when the pieces don't move when I tell them to do that. I really don't. I really like it when the pieces move when I tell them to do that. That's just, it's so fucking great. That's Dr. Mario. Oh, god damn it, dude. And that was like an actually decent start. Right. I don't know why I did that. Fuck you, game. That wasn't the right way to do that. I just wasted some time. But it's easy to make mistakes like that when, like, everything about what's happening is so frustrating. Like, I know that I was pushing, like, doing the inputs early there, so that's why it wasn't moving. But the reason I was doing that is because, like, I'm so conditioned to not trust it. I'm so used to it just not doing what I tell it to do that I'm, like, doing frantic inputs, and that sucks, dude. Awesome. We get the red first so that we can wait through that 8-year-long drop. That almost got me. You know, the worst part about this right here is that that felt like a reasonably decent 5. We're still losing time on it. Why did I think that Bro, can I get some fucking red to work with? Good God. No red? No red ever, huh? It's not like, you know, this is a three color game, right? We only need 2 of those colors. Please never, ever, ever give me the 3rd color. Sweet mother of fuck, man. See, that right there, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, dude. Believe it or not, I do know how to play this game. And I'm fairly certain that it's considerably easier to play this game when it gives you anything fucking useful. This giant fucking pile of blue, dude. Oh, we heard you want more blue. Yep. What, a forced error? Nah. This game wouldn't do that. Please fucking move, dude. God damn it, dude. Why? I'll be honest, I don't even know like what the smart thing to do is here, so I'm just gonna drop it, but this sucks. So that could have been a legendary stage, but instead it's merely an okay stage because the game decided to input fuck me. Everything is like below everything else. This stage involves a lot of digging. Yeah, literally, I have a wall of yellow. For anyone keeping track, there's fuck all I could have done. Wall of yellow, and it wasn't giving me yellow. Nothing I could have done about that. Cool. Thanks, game. That was a really good 6. This is turning into a pretty good 7 too, or if it wants to keep on, you know, giving me literally anything I can use. Which means not that. Reasonable. What the fuck just happened? This is why I just don't think I have the patience for this kind of shit anymore, dude. I'm old and my days of having any kind of fucking patience for this is just so gone. Had an amazing setup and the right pieces to execute it. But I got flustered and fucked it up. Because of course I did. You're gonna do what you can to not give me that double blue forever and ever, huh? Why did I get that extra input to the left, dude? I don't understand. This is not going to end well. We're developing a left side tower. That's fucking great. Oh, that's gonna... yeah, of course. Why not? What an absolute crock of shit this is. Why did I choose to play this? Again, just like the habit of it to give you an amazing setup. Like, oh, look at all these wonderful, juicy, delicious, tasty opportunities. We're going to give you nothing useful whatsoever. You're not going to get to use any of these opportunities, but we sure are going to tease you with that shit. Look at how fucking amazing this could be if you got absolutely any support. Wouldn't that be great? It would be fucking great. Alright. I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a good one.
I have a brain. Maybe you? Oh, God. Good. I'm glad that you're killing off some of your own dudes. Get in the car. You what? Is there any chance you might want to get in the car at some point? Yeah, get in the car on fire. It's a great idea. We only waited for like 80 people to show up.
Gotta keep him fresh.
What?